Hey everybody! Hi Corey, hi Vibu! How you both doing? Welcome back for another Friday art stream. Hi Cairo! Sorry, we're a little bit later. I had to walk the dog and was playing Diablo 4 before, so apologies for that. Hey EG! The scene is looking so good. Yeah, so talking about the scene, let me get you caught up with what happened behind the stream, right? So the stuff that I've been doing in the back. And honestly, like a lot of it comes from playing Diablo. Like I was really inspired to like really improve the textures and like how they feel and how grungy they are compared to before. I don't even know if I know if I have like my old screenshots here. Do like a little bit of a comparison. Because they felt really flat before and now they look like way nicer than before. Let's see if we have any comparisons here. Unfortunately not. I don't think so. I'm not taking that many screenshots that I used to do. Need to get back into making that a habit. I mean, you can kind of see it here, like the wood on the chest, right? Like it feels way flatter than it does currently here. Like it has like, yeah, it just looks nicer. It has a lot more contrast in the color. It's more vibrant. So yeah, been doing a lot of texture tweaks. You might see some weird stuff like this pop up because I changed how the vertex color affects the whole object now. And then I did some tests on these wooden planks, so I can show this off actually. So if we go into mesh paint and then can I wait, so if I just fill it all the channels. So that's how the base shader looks. Right? And then what I basically do is I darken the edges with the blue channel, which is like a new like desaturation. I think we implemented that a while back, but I've been playing around with it a bit more, where we can like darken up the edges and kind of introduce like more contrast on the whole thing, which looks really cool. It kind of gives like a focus towards the middle of like all the assets, which is kind of cool. And then I kind of use that here as well, where the bottoms are darker than the middle sections as well. Kind of reinforcing the same thing. So yeah, it's been very interesting. I've been playing around with this. That's mostly the biggest change. I did some more level art, you know, I've been playing around with like making like a really intricate little corridor over here. Trying to make it look like really good. But that's mostly it. So I'm gonna see what we're gonna do today. I think it's gonna be a combination of making some new assets, maybe working on these what are they called again? Like blueprints that I'm using. So we'll see. And maybe even make like some couple of new assets would be cool as well. Kind of was vibing to the music and then I just jump scared you. Oh, sorry. Did you implement them in the trim? So it's a combination of the two. So the discoloration, like just more contrast, I did in the trim itself. And then I did the masking layer on top of it. But I don't use RGB masks. I use vertex color to drive masking in my case. So that's the main difference here. Oh, and also, I did some work on the plaster material too. Just looking a bit more interesting than it did before. So, yeah. Didn't update that too. Anyway, let's get into it. Where do we begin? Let's just pick something easy. See if we can fix some of this stuff because it looks ugly. Yeah, so that's the main difference compared to my workflow compared to RGB masking, is that I'm just using only vertex color data, right, to drive all the masking. Which definitely has limitations and is going to be more trickier to load out as well compared to RGB masks, but I don't have to fuck around with like multiple instances that all use different mask, and it becomes such a hassle over time. But yeah, the night version is coming together nicely as well. I'm really liking where this section is going. Oh yeah, let's start with something easy. I want to fill the back faces of these things, because they've been annoying me since I was working on this yesterday evening. Thanks, Sunny Day! Thank you so much. Let's see. We're definitely getting there. Just needs to load in all the textures. Oh, there was also... I know that I'm trying to collect my thoughts here, right? This is also something that we need to still finish off, is like a collection of houses that can be placed in like a block. So that would be nice to do, but let's first wait until Blender starts loading in the textures. Then we can fix. Where are my walls? Yeah. So I'm just gonna be like a little bit lazy here. Just gonna do a solidify modifier on this. Cool. We're gonna apply this and just merge it back into itself. Oh, yeah. You know, what we also need to do is get rid of all the walls that we don't need anymore. Man, I really don't want to do something like that on stream, though. It's like a whole cleanup section of it. Four by 2? Is that the one that we just adjusted as well? Oh, we didn't. Okay. So we did 4 by 3. Let's thicken that up a little bit. And do the same thing here, just merge this stuff back into itself. Hi, Mazel Tov! Long time no see, exactly. How have you been? How's everyone else doing, by the way? How are you doing? Sunny day? Hope you're doing good as well, Cairo. Okay, so that's fixed. This thing isn't fixed yet, though. Which one is that? Oh, those are the smaller wall pieces. These guys. Exams in full swing, so art and chill is a great way to get some company while toiling away. I think having DIA exams is the best way to explain my current state. Yep. Tough times. I completely forgot that it's exam season, so best of luck to all the students out there. You only got to do this for a couple of years and then you don't have to care about exams ever again in your life. So that's the good part. I'll give you the good news. Not caring about exams is the end goal. Hell yeah. Yeah, honestly, like, I'm so glad that I don't have to do exams anymore. Jeez. That's good. Are your walls a combination of flat walls and geo? No, it's all geo. Because I do want some thickness, right? So let's take a look at this section. Like the main section is like a quote unquote flat with like a tileable on it, right? And then I add like additional planks onto it to reinforce the idea that this is actual geometry rather than it needing to be, right? So it's a combination of the two. Because again, we always want to sell the illusion, right? That something is more complex than it is. And I may or may not... Man, I may or may not do some interiors. So I'm kind of being reserved on like the interiors of it. We'll see. Because that would really complicate the whole thing that I've been building though. But yeah, right now, the reason why I'm doing like back faces is just because I'm placing the lights and yeah, you need like something to block the shadow, right? So that we get like some of these, well, maybe not in this case actually. It doesn't have any windows. So if we... Oh, the window part. Okay. Yeah. So what I was basically looking for here is just little bits of mood, right? Like where I have like a light behind the windows that you can see like the light peeking through. I love that. Can you get the same effect if you turn on double-sided shading? Yes, but there would be lighting restrictions when it comes to lumen, right? Because man, yeah, if you go into the specifics, you need thickness to reduce light bleeding. So, and my walls aren't even thick enough to fully prevent that even in this case. So I would need to make them even thicker from what I've seen online. And that's the thing that you can't get with double-sided shading. Plus also, double-sided shading is just going to make the shader a bit more expensive, right? Where if my non-technical understanding is that it's probably easier to do it in Geo if you can add it rather than doing it in the shader, because the shader is just, that's unnecessary complexity, right? Yeah, so this stuff is coming along nicely. How am I liking Diablo? I'm enjoying it. Not as much as I thought I would, though. I love the environments, right? Like, the environments are like super inspiring. The way that they crafted the world is freaking amazing. So I love just walking around and like enjoying the art of it. But I gotta say, there's something about like this whole, I think that's the major complaint that's out there right now, right? Is the balancing and like, what does it call it? Like the auto leveling, where it like matches your level to the current region. It kind of feels weird. Classic, buy a game for the graphics, not the game, my entire life. No. I definitely bought this for playing the game. I love Diablo. I've always played all the Diablo games. So it was definitely game first for this one. But it's just, yeah, it doesn't resonate as well as it did with like the other Diablo games. And I think sometimes, I think most of it comes down to you're not really able to really go into the power fantasy, where, yeah, let's say you find a new piece of equipment like in Diablo 3 that could make like your power level spike and like could make like a large difference. I've never had that feeling at this point in Diablo 4 yet. Like, it's all just like, eh. Hi Vivek! How are you doing? Oh, you know what? Let's switch it up. So we kind of did these couple of easy fixes. I wanna improve my fabric. I know that this is gonna be a pain, but we gotta do it. Have you been playing it, Cairo? Or has anyone else played? Is anyone else playing Diablo at the moment? Let's see, dirt, grass, clovers. Because yeah, honestly, that's the main thing for me right now, where I'm like, I'm not really enjoying it as much as I would have thought that I would. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Not a big top-down person, unfortunately. That's fair enough. I mean, yeah, definitely Diablo is not for you then. Haven't tried Diablo. Whenever I hear the name of it, I just imagine, do you guys not have phones? Oh my god, yeah. Well, you can say about it all you want, but Diablo Immortals was raking in like 2 million a day at some point? Or was it a day or a week? I don't know. But yeah, that's why companies make mobile games. Let's actually look at some ref, right? Because I wanna improve this. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So mine is like way too flat at the moment, right? It's almost like I have rope on mine. Hi Dinesh! How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you so much. just gonna get started on some cloth. So let me just bring up some of my ref over here. Textures. Let's add it to the textures section. This is a good one because that's like the overall feel that I want to go for. Okay. So wait, did I really? I thought I built this completely different. What the hell? Okay. Doesn't look too great so far. Say. Wait, why does it look completely different? Let me check. What am I using here? Hello? Oh, there we go. Cloth. Cloth. Source files. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, this is a different one. So like it's more like individual strands, right? Like it's like the core of it is kind of woven, like I'm trying to do here, but it's not clear enough. And also it feels like really thick as well. Okay, so what if we change the tiling here? So I'm trying to overemphasize like these individual strands at the moment. But I do also want to soften them up at the same time. So make him a little bit thinner maybe? The only thing that's going to be interesting here is how we're going to do like this section beneath it. Oh, no, definitely don't want to do that. What is this using? Okay, so I'm just putting a gradient on top of... Where do these horizontal lines come from? Oh, here they are. Didn't I have some references from games? Yeah, so that's a... okay. So that's a way more interesting approach to the edges, right? Like, it's way more noisy, kind of feels way more fabric-y as well. Another ref here. A little bit different, but... I think if we push them closer to each other... I do have like a slight scale randomization. Oh. Wait, so... that would kind of make sense, right? Like, if I... would that be? Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna try something new. Like, I really want to improve the look of this, right? So this is gonna be struggle bus time. For real. So what if we use an opacity map? Oh, I need to take this guy. Because I basically want to have them overlap onto each other. So if I then cut this out... okay. You know what could help me out as well is... just squeeze these values a little bit. Nah, this is just gonna get messier. Okay, I wanna... I'm gonna reduce the top. So I'm thinking about reducing the top white aspect, right? So that it gives me like a little bit more wiggle room to add stuff on top of each other. I mean, honestly... Oh, you know, that's gonna be added to this one. How did you break the pattern and add worn edges to the trim in Designer? It's literally just sampling, like literally just mapping a region to like the bottom, then blurring it out a little bit, and then running a tile sampler only in that region using that mask that I set up before. So yeah, and then basically using the same mask, but then inverting it for this one so that it cuts that section out. That's like a very simple trick to do, just using the mask map input. What are we doing here? Copying by 100%. So if yeah, but I need to figure out the mask first, right? So we're taking a mask from the foreground. We're doing the same here. Mask map is on the tile sampler. Yes, yeah, it's an input here. So mask map input, and that allows you to control. Where is it? So mask map threshold. You can just, I mean, it's literally a flat color with me, but you can change that over here. And then for this one, I just literally like inverted it compared to the other one. So this one, oh, it's not even gonna be inverted. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. You get the point. Probably do something else instead. Wait, so let me think here. What am I actually doing here? So if we add them together, then we're gonna get like a little white spot over there. Yeah, so I guess we could do something. Hmm. Just playing around with these nodes over here. Substance Designers is intimidated. Haven't dipped my toes into it yet, but I will in the summer. Yeah, it is intimidating, especially because... I mean, I can understand why it's intimidating, because it is like a completely different workflow, right? And sometimes it requires a lot of brain power, as you're seeing right now. It's not really working out. So, what I'm going to do, I'm overlaying this, which has like a more intense color than we have here, right? That means that it's going to go over it. So yeah, that's gonna go over it. That's more intense here, right? Which doesn't look too great. Like I would probably have it, ideally I want to have it more like swooping upwards, right? So we would almost want to have like, let's think. So this thing would almost need to be like a gradient that we sort of cut out. Wait, so this is going over the top of it, right? So that means that this needs to go under, which means that if we... This is what I was trying to do before, right? But it probably helps if I just say it out loud. Because this is the thing that I'm trying to do here. Right, so I'm trying to make sure that the bottom one goes under it. And then probably you want to have the inverse happen for the top one too, right? So spaghetti is going to go out of control. So that means that... Oh wait, no. To go into this level node. Oh, also, what I'm gonna do... I don't know if this is a good idea. Actually. Would a high blend help adjust the overlapping? Let's try it. It's a good shout. So, which is the top? This is the top. Let's just plug in the two. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's awesome. So this is giving us some more control. Thank you so much, Oliver. It's helpful. Yeah, with the gradient, adjusted grayscale. Yeah. So like with this one, right? Just trying to see how it works. So, oh, yeah, and I think what we then do is we do the same thing but the inverse as well. So we have this going in here. So this thing here. But instead of subtracting it, we add it. Based on this mask, right? Spaghetti. Let me see if I can organize this a little. And so these are my original 2 inputs. Oh, oh no, I'm using that as an opacity. And then we plug that one in here. See what that gives us. And let's see. Yeah, so we're getting a tiny bit of bump, right? So that's good. Honestly, I don't know how useful this is going to be in the end, but hey. Here we are. Actually, does it? Some stuff over here. And we'll do like another height blend for bottom. This onto the top. We'll have to do the same thing here. This is honestly like way too complicated for what it needs to be. Cause yeah, that goes over, this goes under, under, so this goes under, and then this needs to go over. So, man, I keep having to go back to what I did before. Because sometimes something is not right in this selection over here. The high coming in here, it's blend coming in here, but that's not what we want, right? Previous height gets blurred. Previous height gets blurred, and then blended with the current height. No, I think it was right. Hi, Sarah! Hope you're doing well. That goes over, that goes under. This goes over, that goes under as well. So... Oh, you know... You know what? P4 down, rip. Today's productivity. Oh, bye-bye. Let's just be smarter and just rotate this one instead. Yeah, right? So that goes under, that goes over. Yeah. And then do the same thing for this? Make any sense? Yeah, you would just have like your section that goes over, your section that goes under. And then blend them together, right? As you rotate them? Oh, wait, no. We need to... This is getting so complex. It's ridiculous. So, okay. So, I'm overcomplicating my life here. But if we... add sub... Oh, that's not doing us any favors. So... trying to add this. Top of that. Wait, what if we... Yeah, okay. So that's what I want. Just not as intense, right? And then what we can do here, see if my logic checks out, right? Is we can just rotate this for like every section that we need. And it's gonna be fine. So rotate it once. Rotate it another time. Oh. Did it another time. And then high blend them all together. We have our base. Put that on top of it. This is so overcomplicated. I love it. So, and then these get blended together as well. Nice. And together too. Wait, let me see if I can keep it consistent, right? So it always goes into the top. Yeah, and then then we have exactly what it looked like in the beginning. Just less complicated, I guess. Man, that was a whole bunch of stuff for absolutely no gain. Well, not necessarily. Like we did gain like the ability to like tweak this stuff independently, right? Which is super useful. Yeah, so yeah, we're definitely getting something out of it. Like we can make it coarse. The only one that I need to adjust is this guy over here. I'm gonna try something ridiculous. Okay. Hey Lloyd! Afternoon, how's it going, buddy? So, okay. Lloyd is also here because Perforce is down. Hey man, I appreciate it nonetheless. So, let me see if I can tweak the scaling a little bit. What is 1? It's 1. R. What are we doing? Like minus 0.25, 0.25 each time? What is the base shape here? So if we... telepathically. Don't say that. That's the future of source control. It's just your mind. We use carrion pigeons now. That's a dystopian thought. Like having source control like literally embedded in your brain. Just wake up. First thing you do is not check your phone. But oh my god. Get like Jira to pop up on your eyeballs? Oh my god. This is like game dev neuromancer or something like that, you know? Like a dystopian view of the future through a game dev's eyes. Cyberpunk Eon style. Hell yeah. So if we soften this up a little bit. A true OG Timmer. Hell yeah. Can't believe it. Okay, so if we then tweak the values a little bit. There is something weird happening with the edges of it though. Something that I don't really like. Running around with USB sticks, keeping everyone updated. Oh my god. Do people still use USB sticks apart from giving files to their own family members who don't use the cloud? Yeah, I think the only time when I use an USB stick is when I go home and I don't know, I need to give a file to my dad or something. Like that's the last time I used it, right? Like when I had to transfer a file from like my PC to my dad's PC or something like that. Yeah, I think so. University still require him? Yeah, that's true. Oh, like handing... Oh my god, handing in your assignment on a USB stick. I don't know, there's something so old school about that, even though it's still being done. It's so horrid. Yep. It's weird. So where is that hard edge coming from? Is that just from our tile sampler then? Because we set the scale to something bigger than it needs to be. Oh, of course. Because we're pushing the values up, but it's not translated to the other side. When we blend it? Oh, that is so dumb. From me, I mean. So Timur is now Tim's fandom name. Oh my god. Yep. Welcome, Timurs. Stay creative. It's going all in. Hey Joe, how's it going? So we are blending it together here, but this is where the issues begin, right? So where this blend. I think this blend is fine. Oh, this is like, oh, okay. Okay. Okay, this is actually super useful. So it's with the transforms because tiling is only set to vertical. Yes, okay, so then we get this, get that, that's all good. Oh my, Lloyd, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Like, surely were the three, oh my god, three researchers. Oh my god. That's like my arch nemesis, like the state of Massachusetts. Like I just can't pronounce it. Like how much I try, like I just can't. So this is weird. If we push it, we get like these little edges, right? But if we don't, then there's a pixel missing? Eh? Why is there a pixel missing? Because yeah, the blend here, like, this is fine, right? Like this tiles. Wait. So the mass map doesn't have an influence on it, right? Let me just make sure. No. There's no rotation. Size mode is normal. Absolute. Oh. Oh, it's gross. Oh, wait. Pixel? Oh. Oh, you can control it by pixel size. I see. This is weird. I've never done this. What's the amount of pixels we're working with? So 52, 51. It's looking nice. Oh, no, it's what? Huh? This is so confusing. So it does work on some sections. Wait, do I have like a slight positional set? No, right? No randomization. No mask map. This is so weird. Like, why is that happening? Okay, I'm just gonna try something new. It's like tile. No. Tile generator. No, it doesn't have any scaling on it. That's why I'm trying to make a new one to see if it does it, but it still does it on like a new one, right? So create like a brand new one, put that in, and set that to add an input. Scale is 1. What? There's something going on. What's the difference? Wait, no. Oh, no, wait. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna ignore it. Don't even want to find out anymore. I'm done. Yeah, it defaults to 0.8, but that's what I fixed, right? So this is just set to 1, so there must be like a slight variation that I set up in the other one. But the other one's gone now, so bye-bye. Yes, okay. This is actually nice. I'm gonna try something. So if I... set that to be bigger. Gotta go for now. Good luck fitting out the cloth. Thank you so much for popping in, Sunny Day. I wish you a very nice day. And good luck with the exam. Say goodbye by saying stay creative, people. Ah, yeah. I'm kind of surprised that people... This is actually a dead giveaway that people don't even care about listening to the outro of any workshop that I've ever done, because that's the outro that I've always said. Stay creative, people. Okay, so. We got the cloth here, so let me... Oh, is it because we increased the tile of them? No, it's fine. Right, so we have all that going. Got this scratches generator to create like some little hairs on top of it as well. Let's have a look. But it's actually cool. Okay, happy accident. Keep that. Let me see if we can add stuff on top of it as well. So I basically only wanted to affect the darker regions. We invert this map and then put a level node here. And just shove the contrast. Nice, so we're getting some hairs in between as well. Do not like where this base color is going though. I'm gonna add a little bit of AO in there. Did I already do that though? That is... Oh, okay, that's just coming from there, so... That... Let's get some curvature. Oh yeah, if there's people in the chat that are new, feel free to ask any question that might come up. Like to do with your personal work, game dev, or something like that. Happy to help. Joe's doing good. Grabbing more foliage references from a new project. Gonna be hella fun. Oh shit, you're doing something on foliage. That's awesome. Did we talk about that before? I'm trying to think. Not sure. I do also love this little trick of just getting like a random noise. Say fractal sum or something like that. And then pick in a gradient from the top bar here. And then blending that in to get like some nice randomized color variation. Gotta be very, very careful with it though. All right. That is pretty nice. What we have to be careful with is... So we got this little section here, which is the base pattern, right? And then we've got the hairs that we add on top of it. Just gonna be this section here. And we probably want to make sure that You know, let's pick something like this. And then morning! How's it going, second favorite? What kind of mask is this? So let's level that out. Hey Damian, how are you doing? Welcome back. I think honestly, we're just gonna grab this instead. Let's see. Beautiful day, great to be alive. I secretly love watching people working designers. This is good. Hell yeah, you can watch me during my trials and errors. I'm gonna use that for the normal map instead. And now we have like individual control over this, which is good. Let's just test this quick. Do I have like any base color modifiers? Nope. Scaling is all good. Okay. Bags look, I mean, they're unwrapped in like the most horrible way, but pixel density is all of the charts too. This is good though. This is good. It's already an improvement from what we had before. Just disable the opacity on it as well. The only thing that we need to figure out right now is mask map and like the bottom section here, which is gonna be slight pain. What's the textile density at? Yes, exactly. It's all over the place. So we are cutting out the bottom section here. Now the trick here is that the stuff that we do here needs to connect with the stuff that's happening up here as well. So first of all, we probably need to sync up the amount of points that we have here. So 32. Doesn't look good though. Oh. This map is this one. So I'm just for a second. I'm just gonna cut out all of this stuff. Because I want to make sure that the base pattern is good. Before we start doing like any adjustments on this. Want this to subtract. Minimum is good. Well, I guess what we could do. Also blend these two together. Like if we just add them to each other. Right, and then this goes in there, so that we get that same kind of gradient going on too. Now we also want to hair strands. We also want to use the same opacity mask here too. We just need to invert it because we don't want to have like those little tiny strands like spawn like at the bottom necessarily. Why did it change? What happened? Oh, yes, of course. This changed. So we need to add this mask into this one as well. So if we that in here. subtract from this. Yes, okay. Spaghetti continues. Oh, no. It's not good though. Oh no, we're subtracting it and then like inverting it. So the invert needs to happen before. And then plug that in here. Okay. That's looking better. So, man. The only annoying part here is that this is only like one row. Those strands are like really thick as well. Maybe it is worth just being lazy for this one and just making like a separate texture. What would be the benefit of that? So let's say if we have like the bottom section as like a separate texture, we could have... What could we do with that? Fabric cuts, maybe? Damaged edges, frayed edges, damaged yeah, fabric cuts. I don't know. Because yeah, like we put this on again, say it has opacity. And we could use that for the edges, right? So if we were to unwrap this correctly, what is going to happen is that those edges will be on these edges here, so that you get like a nice trim on the border. However, that border needs to look not like that for it to look good though. I'm actually pretty happy with the main pattern, but it's just, yeah, that border's gonna get the hell out of me. Wait the hell out of me. So what we'll do for now is we're gonna just stick with the main pattern. And yeah, see if we can make that look better than it does now. And then we'll figure out like the edges later on. Because yeah, can't be bothered right now. That's the real reason, you know? So, wait, hold on. Instead of doing this, that, cool. So we have the full pattern. Let's make it look better as well. Like I want to add some color variation. Right, so we're seeing some color variation in it, which is pretty cool. Actually check. I cannot do this, can I? No. This pattern is too tiny. It is doing half of it though. Oh, so I guess... Oh. Simple or small shapes. So if we were to... That one's fine. I'm just trying to move the main pattern to see if that makes any difference. We play around with some of these. Right, that one's fine. So it's probably... Yeah, so it needs to be this for us to be able to use a flood fill. Which is not too bad. We're getting some more variation in the texture itself as well when we do that, actually. That's looking pretty sweet. So... And now we can just go in here. Pick like a random... something like that. All the way over here. Actually, I want to try something. So if we... We are gonna... ever so slightly, like... Yeah, we could potentially use this as like a gradient map. Let's make this way darker as well. Just gonna pick from this image that I have on the left screen. Like a slight blur as well. Maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, this is nice. So we're getting some like individual like coloration between like all the different strands, right? Which is exactly what I want. I just need to soften it up a little bit. Not that much. Nice. I think that's cool. Let's see how it looks in game though. Yeah, that's nice. We're getting some nice color variation in here. Check on lit mode as well. Will be way better. Nice, yeah. So we're getting some nice color variation, which is cool. I know this is a chill work stream, but just seen they have announced some of the... Oh. Wait, you deleted it. Oh, those base colors are way darker though, so... We could tweak them in here. Let me first check, because I don't want to make it too dark from the get-go, right? So I could probably tweak it in here. Because I think the base color itself is actually kind of fine. So I'm just gonna do it in the tint, where I'm just gonna like make it darker. I didn't even know that you could delete your messages. I didn't know that either. Could save me hours of embarrassment from my fat thumbs on my phone. You and me both. Oh my god. Like whenever someone asks me to like send them a text or something like that, I'm so uncomfortable doing it. I'm so used to having a keyboard in front of me like at all times that whenever someone asks me to do something like that, it's so uncomfortable. Wait, why is it so shiny though? Let's see. Oh, that's why. Are we... So there's roughness in here. Everyone has already accepted I type weird. I mean, honestly, they should do that by now with me as well, but... I honestly can't even remember when the last time was that I sent a text, honestly. Oh, yeah, so that's the issue. So there's something going wrong. Oh, no, wait. No, it's there. Have I set up the material correctly? ORM, opacity... I know this is a chill stream, but they announced some of the finalists for the Unsung Hero on Game Dev Heroes. Might be worth checking out towards the end of the stream. Thanks, Lloyd. I appreciate it. I already kind of knew about it because they do send out an email that you're one of the finalists, even though you don't know which category yet. But then they also sent out an email with like some of the headshots, and that's where I found it out. Like it wasn't even through Twitter. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, man. Cool to see. Oh, what? This is just disconnected? What? What's happening here? Probably doing some testing at a random point. Alec? Yeah, so that's awesome. I'm glad that they finally announced it though. I think that's the last category, right? Or like one of the last. That's awesome. I feel that we can... Levels... Push to AO a little bit more. Like basically the AO that we're multiplying on top of our base color, right? I want to push that a little bit more. Oh yeah, but I mean, if we're talking about it anyway, right? Let's check it out. This should be the first thing that comes up. Hey, there's me. Who's the sponsor? Creative Assembly? Oh, that's cool. Let's go! I love that it's beyond extent. Let's get some additional promotion! Woo! That's cool though. Robert McDonald. Isn't that one of our community members as well? Wait, he's not in here. Is he? Probably thinking about someone else then. Head of UI. No, someone else. That's cool though. Is that the last one then? I don't think so. I think they might have like one other category as well. This is awesome. So thank you so much everyone who voted, because I don't have a freaking clue how this thing works. So thank you so much for voting. But it's way cool. You're the game dev hero in my heart. Aw, thanks, second favorite. I have no clue how this works. So, I don't know. I don't know if people went out and voted for this, but I appreciate it if you did. I think that's how it works, right? So, forget to nominate. I think someone, yeah, they nominated me. Okay. Awesome. I'll probably need to check out like all the other people in the list as well. That is awesome. Hi, Fuds. How are you doing? Yeah, and there's also like a ceremony like next month in Brighton. But man, I don't know if I'm gonna go there, you know? If I was in the UK, I would probably go. Yeah, that's awesome though. What else do we want to do with this little cloth bag though? I wonder if there's a way, because I'm looking at this and sometimes you have like rows that are like further apart. I wonder if we can, this is gonna look terrible probably, but I'm gonna try it nonetheless. Yeah, oh, so it's scaling it down only. Wait, so what if we scale it up first? Oh. That looks kind of cool, actually. Kind of cool. And if we then... Oh, this is gonna break the flood fill. No. Okay, it's fine. Ignore it. So... I don't think this is gonna work the way that I intended to. So we can have some scale variation. Like size variation, but... Yeah, so... Or what we would need to do is I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. It's down. This is pretty uniform, right? So what if we duplicate this all again? And then... Oh, if we... Oh man, I can't really do that. Going back and forth in my head. So if we... Oh wait, this isn't even tiling. What? Oh. What? So yeah, if we do something like this, where we make like some of the strands smaller. So, like in this one as well. We want vertical tiling, we don't want horizontal tiling. What? Oh. Guess we want horizontal tiling then? Okay. And make this strand a little bit thinner as well. Do the same thing here. And then maybe if we then add another pattern input here and then do something like this. Getting a little bit more variation in the pattern then. Right, so you're kind of seeing that it's not like as uniform as it was before. You have to watch out though, because we're introducing... It's because the strands are not equal, right? So when they transition into each other, that's where it kind of breaks apart. So that's the only issue that we see here, but I want it to be clean though, so... Sure, it's fine. Yeah, Lloyd, sorry. Thank you so much for bringing that up, man. Appreciate it. Let's go. So. That's way darker all of a sudden. Oh. Yeah, that is looking pretty nice though. Oh, so that strip that doesn't have the hairs on it is still there. You can kind of see it. That might also be a good way of... Oh, that could be a good way of adding the variation in. Instead of doing it on like a random basis, we could use like a mask to do it. So... Oh... Because you can use like a pattern map, right? A distribution map. So if we just set like a shape, we just set a shape to the pattern distribution map, then make that like small, just as an example. Oh, this one is cool as well. But it will like switch between them. That's actually quite nice as well. We're not getting that randomness, right? Wait, so how does this work? So... Because now we're getting only one pattern to show up. Yeah, so that's what I thought. So 0, black is nothing. White is 2. And then the value in the middle is 5. Is 1. So we're basically going from black is nothing, mid gray is number 1, like from the pattern input, right? And then number 2 is white. So that means if we were to, if I understood this correctly, if we clamp this and we say we put the minimum up to 0.5, then nothing's going to show up. Wait, what? Oh, into what? No, it's not like that then. Distribution map. So we need to blur it regardless. Yeah. So weird. So if I, even if I bring this all up, like it wouldn't do it. Yeah, and then with the blur we can control how far it goes. Kind of. It's only up until a certain limit though. Anyway. Interesting how that works. So if we rotate this 90 degrees, then what I want is like a couple of these sections. Because it would be cool to kind of just have strips of like different fabric going on, and then... Oh, you know what we'll do for a quick test? So we'll only take... We're only gonna take the horizontal one. Or even something like this is cool. Hold up. So let me... duplicate this over again. Because I basically don't want to destroy the scales of everything. Like the sizes, right? So now we have all the sizes, but I only want to... I'm going to skip this step so that we're missing one of the vertical pieces. And then we're getting like this pattern interruption here. And then I guess what we could do, because we've blurred this, Then do like a multi-directional warp with, let's say, clouds 2. Right, so I just want to have like some randomness. Yeah, we could break up the pattern in there as well. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. This could actually be really good for mud tracks as well. Like I'm starting to realize as I do this stuff. Let's test and see how that looks. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of breakup, like it's kind of visible. But I don't think it's that apparent that it's really disruptive either. So I do like that. Oh, and then I wanna try another thing. So now flood fill is still working, which is good. What I wanted to do. I'm thinking that it would be nice to have like some fabric lines. Like the stuff that we're seeing in my game rev that I have over here. I love those little patterns that they build in, right? Like where they dye the cloth. Could be really nice. Some fish netting as well. I don't think I have any more examples. Like we got some rugs. Oh, we got some of that stuff. Be nice. Hmm. We could. Okay, we could actually set that up. Let me actually give that a try, right? So that we can tint it in the engine. That would be cool if we can have some control over that. So if we something like this. Right, and this out a little bit. Actually gonna test something. What if we Hmm. Trying to think what we could use this for. Oh, this is actually pretty cool if you have like thorn banners or something like that, where you have like frayed edges. Would be cool. Maybe. Okay, I'm just gonna try something out. So if we not show an explorer. That's the thing. So if we just do that. Do something like this, and then we do a tint color, and then we add our little tint mask in here, multiply that together. Oh, we're multiplying the AO with the AO strength, then probably not. Let's do a lerp, right? So you want to do something like tint strength, where we blend between. So 0 is going to be just our base color, and then that is going to be our two things combined together. Let's have a look. Probably not the most efficient way of doing this, but let's go for a test. If we... Oh, I need to do it. Right, so that's in there. The tint is gonna be, let's say, blue. And we increase the tint strength. So it's making the base pixels black because multiplying this together. Wait, is it just that? No, because that's... No, that's not going to work either. Because now we don't have any base color information. Oh, no. Actually, let's do this. Right? Because we're using the mask to change the color of only the affected areas, right? We only have one layer. Yes. The only thing that's missing now, it's a very uniform color, right? What we probably want to do is still multiply these two together. Ah. Multiply is cutting out all the black values, right? Remember correctly? Always have to double check. Hell yeah! I mean, it looks a little bit like a circus attraction at the moment, but... Yeah, it could be cool. And then now we have control over this, right? So we could basically color this in whatever we want, using whatever mask that we set up, which is pretty cool. And then we can do a thing where we don't want it to be like so obvious, right? So cool circus attraction. Thanks. So if let's say we only want to have like the bottom section of this thing affected, right? We can do something where we rotate it and move it into place. And then set off the tiling as well. Yeah, I think what we would do, right, is we control the rotation with the UV map. And then you have all the control that you want necessarily. Like I don't... It's a good idea, right? Like it's very good, but I don't think for this one I'd need it really. The other cool thing that we could potentially do is we could have like the main area be like one instance. Hold up, just a minute. We're back. Sorry, we had someone coming at the door. Yeah, that's definitely a thing you could add though, for sure. Say like no tiling, and then we can save out this tint map again. Yeah, definitely something to play around with. I'm gonna make it easy as well. So static switch parameter. tint, question mark. If it's true, we're taking all of this. If it's not, we're going around. Then we're setting this to false, and then we're putting that into the base color. Nice. And now we have like a little switch that we can just say like, hey, we don't want it to be... Wait, what? Oh, the default value is probably on. Oh, this is my rope trim. Never mind. Clicked on the wrong entry. So now we have this little switch here where we say like, oh, we want to have a tint. Cool. Then we can kind of switch it on and off. Super nice. Hey, Crazy Master PT, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's talk about the software now. How many times do we want to file this? This is a scale of 1. Let's actually have a look. So yeah. I think the main thing that we need to do now to make the clock look good is to improve the models on them. It would actually be cool to maybe include some like sewn together sections where we have like little sections that are sewn together. Maybe we could do that with like the trims that we already have lying around anyway. Let's have a look. God, my drawing tablet is spazzing out again. Oh, go. Hi Hazel, how are you doing? Okay, so where are these bags? I think they're still in this scene, right? Yeah. What is everyone else working on, by the way? Anybody working on some cool stuff? Oh wait, I completely missed that. Second favorite. I often have the streams up on the TV, so I use my phone just for the chat. Also the reason I lurk 80% of the time. That's fine. I'm doing good. I'm curious, how would you approach props like sags or trash bags where fabrics get bunched up? Would you sculpt them or run a cloth simulation? Yeah, so I would definitely run a cloth simulation. So that's how I've made... I don't know if I had the simulation still in this scene. Let's have a look, actually. Yeah, that's how I made these bags, right? So... let's see. Simulated assets? Yeah, I'm simulating like all the ropes as well. As you can tell. Sculpting bucket loads of wood right now. Oh shit! Cringe, not bring. Wait, you're going to not bring in a minute? Um. Yeah, it's cool. Vivek is working on some cool pack for Unreal Engine Marketplace. It's awesome. Samantha is working on their spring zombie apocalypse. Have I seen this yet? Not sure. Hi Timothy, I finally got you online again. Hi Rory, how are you doing? I want to finish my candy environment, but everything else is getting in the way. Oh, you're just learning Houdini, right? Yeah, but I feel that Houdini's like a priority in that case. I'm not sure. Freelance client yesterday, not games, boring corporate animation. Ugh. Samantha had an early blockout stage. That's cool. Made some corrugated metal panels and barrels and crates for my scene. Nice, so you're filling up the scene. But yeah, Hazel, to go back to your question, let me see. I don't think I have like any simulated stuff in here anymore, or that has like simulations on top of it. Let's try. Let's have a look. So where is my timeline? Animation timeline. Let's see. Make sure we save first before everything goes to shit again. I just love the the wooden blocks falling in the background. Yeah, I mean, look, these simulations don't look great, right? But you can actually get some really interesting results if you then. So let's say I get like a really shitty result like this, right? I would then just select one edge, do like quick loop, so that it turns it into like a curve, and then I would select everything in that curve and then smooth it like a bunch of times. Right? And it's like, oh, cool. It's kind of already like way neater than it was before. Right? And then in certain sections where I need to add more geo, I'll add like a couple sections more geo to give it like a little bit more to work with. Right? And then kind of smooth it again. And then convert this back to a mesh. And now I can just add one cut in here and just square unwrap it. Right, so like a very quick method of like getting from these weird funky simulations to like a rope that actually looks good. But yeah, I do all my simulation in Blender. Yep. I do everything in Blender. So Rory, if you convert to a curve, you don't lose the UV. The UVs don't matter. Because the reason why the UVs don't matter is because this stuff is going to be mapped onto like a little trim. And the UVs for them are so simple. Like I'll show you the UVs in real time, right? So we select a seam here. We select this entire thing. I open my UV panel and Blender crashes. Okay. Let's try that again. That was a scripted event, you know, like that was all intentional. I think it's because this Zen UV thing is kind of screwing up, I think. I don't know why, because it was working before. That's so simple, guys, exactly. You do a vertical, yeah. I just do it on in my case a horizontal trim, right? Managed to crash Blender. Yeah, I get it occasionally. Honestly, most of the time I'm just trying to do stupid stuff. Just trying to get it to do stupid stuff. Yeah. But like I simulate like a lot of stuff, you know? Like even I'll share, what did I want to share? Like even making wood piles, right? Like the wood piles that I have, like those are all simulated as well. I just have like a couple random meshes. I scatter them in like a stack, and then I basically drop them inside of a volume, and then I convert that to a static mesh, and then I have like a wood pile. So yeah, literally, yeah, so let's start from scratch, right? So this is the ugly rope that we got. Then we do like quick pipe. This is step 1. Then we smooth it like a bunch of times. Right. And then that's a smoothed object. Then we convert that to a mesh. Mark this thing as a seam. Going to UV editing. I'm so scared to click that button now. It's probably going to crash again, isn't it? Why does it crash? Okay, so we're not pressing that button anymore. Got it. Like, can I just unplug this, please? Doo-doo-doo. I shouldn't have pressed it again. Not that great at learning from my mistakes, I'm afraid. Timothy, can I ask you how you gave variations to your various trims, vertex painting with other materials? I recently saw tutorials on RGB masks and started creating them to have more controlled variation. Yeah, RGB mask is a very common technique. I sort of use a variation of that here. I don't use textures, so the RGB masks, I don't use textures for them. I use vertex color instead. So I'm baking my masks into my assets. That's the only difference. All right, let's try that again, shall we? Like how UV? Where is my UV? There's my UV. I just unwrap this. This is not capped, right? I just unwrap this, straighten all the UVs, then set the textile density, and now the whole thing is unwrapped. And I can then just map that to my little rope trim that I have here, which is like very unfinished. Kind of fiddle around with it a little bit. Now I've got a rope. Right, so that's like super easy. Like to get from this step, which is looking janky, to something that looks like a rope. With like little trims, right? And then if I just want to like change a trim on it, I can just move it up. So yeah, very quick technique. Like, that was one that was simulated on top of like a pole, right? So it would wrap around a pole. You can do the same thing, just dropping it on the floor. Yeah, you can get like a whole bunch of variations like that. That's how I made like all these bundles. I have like a whole bunch of bundles of ropes that I can just like drag onto the floor. I have like hanging ones as well. I want to go and make ropes. Do it! I should make like a really quick tutorial about that. Would be a good one. I'm gonna write that down. I mean, it's basically like just the stuff that I showed here, you know. You can also combine RGB masks with vertex painting. For example, add edgeware on the entire model as a mask and make multiple variations of the same object by multiplying the mask channels with vertex paint. Yep. So, 100% right. Yeah. You can combine all that stuff. That would be appreciated. And how you bake masks to vertex paint too? Well, I've got that one recorded already. Is that one public? I swear, I've said this a couple of times that I was going to make it public. It's still unlisted. This is so ridiculous. You share it anyway, though. There you go. That's how to bake masks to vertex color. It does come with limitations though, so keep that in mind. That it's gonna have issues with loading. Oh, Samantha, is it on Patreon? Nope. It's right there in the link. Like, I was gonna release it publicly, but then I keep forgetting to do it. That's the reason why it's still unlisted. Let me make sure that I write down that idea. Okay. Oh, I do need to update my... shading. Nice. So we got that thing in here as well. Actually, what is... Is that correct already? That is not a 4K map. Definitely not. What is that? 2K? 2K. Hello? Okay. That looks horrendous. It's even more horrendous. Ideally, we probably want to separate the bottom from the top out as well. How's that going? Just gonna see what this looks like. Because this is too tiny, I feel. I think, yeah, this one is gonna be too chunky. Here you go, too. So okay, if this is kind of the resolution that we want, so like the texture density that we want, so we're gonna increase the scale on the texture itself. Just try to do it a proper way. Let's do 64 by 64. Be careful with some of this stuff now. Okay, I feel like that's a pretty decent size. And then if we make the unwrap look a little bit nicer, I think then we should be good. Lloyd! Oh, I appreciate it, man. Just getting a ping on our community Discord. Thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, what about this freaking unwrap though? I'm gonna see if we can... Oh my god, there's some jankiness happening here. I mean, of course. It is a model that I made though. So ideally what I want to do here is I want to split off. Man, but I merged the vertices. Ugh. So the issue that I did here, right, is when I simulated it, after I wanted to do the cleanup of this bag, like I merged all the vertices, but it would be very, very interesting if I just have kept like the individual islands, right? So that it makes it way easier to select them. So, I mean, yeah. That does kind of suck, but it also gives us the opportunity to try it again, but then better, right? And we can also improve like all the cloth and all the other stuff too. Where's my ref? First of all, let's see. I don't think I have. We do have some ref here. That's pretty cool. I'm honestly not sure how to do this yet. So that would be cool to figure out. And then we have like some of these slanted bags too, which could be nice. Let's start with a simple standing up one. Let's see if I can remember how to do this even. Let's start there, huh? Don't I have like a scale reference in here? There we go. Timeline. As preparation. I think this is still tagged as a collision, right? So we got a collision tag on here. I just need to Get rid of all of this stuff. Close this thing up here. So that's going to act as our floor collision. And I'm just going to see... Let's have a look. I'm going to disable this. Right. It's moving. That's all I wanted to see. That's good. So we've got the base set up. Let's also add a subdivision modifier. I think in subdivision we can set it to user creases, right? So I'm gonna edge crease the bottom of it and edge crease the top. I don't really care that much how this is gonna look at this point yet. And refine it. Well, no, actually saying that, I do care. I don't want to make it a freaking cylinder. Let's not do that. I want to make it... just want to make it something like... these guys, right? Let's start here. It's got a little bit more geometry. I removed the hotkey here. Huh? Nice. Fixed mass, tension, pressure. Pressure could be cool. What does that do? Oh, it can only be one. Oh no, never mind. Okay, so that's interesting. So we've got that going. This bag needs to be way bigger as well. So make it something like that. Apply the scale too. I love that it's like a little whoopee cushion. Right, so we set it to 1. Okay. And now... few. Say... Sten... That's a lot of pressure. Exactly, I'm just playing around. Let's figure this shit out. Gotta blow my nose though. Be right back. Whoa, freaking hay fever. Hate it. Okay, so where were we? Let's see. I'm actually going to disable the pressure on here. We're not going to have pressure for now. Yeah, exactly. Just flipping things back and forth. I'm gonna just give it some stuff that it can collide with, right? So let's see, add a collision here. Let's see if this thing works. Got a dancing bag now. Hey! Love it. With this, we do have to be careful that we're not too much, like going too far in it. We got self-collision. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now it kind of falls back onto itself. That's good. Right, so now it's falling down immediately. So now we can probably play around with the stiffness, right? Should whatever it's called. Stiffness, tension 50. I'm just gonna see what it does, right? Because honestly, with a lot of this stuff, bending, like stopping it from bending. Oh, oh, do it again. Oh, bye. What? Why is it just gone? Was that just like an error? Yeah. Just want to see how this looks. Okay, I'm just gonna really exaggerate like these values. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't reset because now. Okay, that's the tricky thing. So reset, play. We set that to 50. A grid on top and the bottom, maybe? Maybe add some more geometry to the bottom so it doesn't clip as much? Oh, but like on the actual object? Or you mean just extending this? Object. Select. And go into weird geometry, I meant that. Yeah, getting somewhere though. Uh, Grid fill may work on that. Oh yeah, forget that that's the thing. I don't think I've ever used that actually. Good fill. Ugh. Ugh. Wait, no, hold up. So if we... Please. Yeah, so if we do something like this first, and good fill. Thank you, Damian. It's awesome. Going to do another test. Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is pretty good, right? Like, we're getting some weird shading stuff up here, but I think that might just be like the edge creases still up there. Like, at least the majority of it. So I think, let's just remove all these edge creases. Let's see if that helps. Nah. The shading. Cool. Yeah, so it took a little bit of trial and error, but now that we've got the values, we can kind of start just playing around with the shapes and duplicate this to like another instance if we have one. And then use that as a base. I mean, it's still a little stiff, right? And you're not getting that much over here yet. Which we could potentially actually but if we just do like a randomize here. Right, so that we get like a bit more chaos at the top. Oh! Maybe not that much chaos, Jesus. Oh my god, as soon as it touches that. Okay, maybe it's a little bit too much chaos, huh? Because like, it's fine. It's fine. Uh-oh, it's not. It's gone. So I think up until here, it's actually pretty nice, right? Up until like frame 19. Again, we can definitely add some geo here to give it like some more wiggle room as well. It's that top basically pulling everything now. So what I think we might do, just do it without the top first. See if we can get that looking all right. Clips into the flip normals. You can remesh the model inside, or to volume and back to mesh. Yeah, but I think it's a combination. You're right, by the way. That's a good idea, right? I think it might also been like the top, because it seems that the top was like colliding with itself and then also colliding with the thing inside of it. Let's put it to the test, right? Let's do a little cheeky test. So if we add this back, if we then do like a remesh, that's a good idea. Will you make it? No. I meant the opposite way. Ooh. Nice. So once we've got like a full run... Wait, what? Oh. Yes. You know what I want to do? To kind of avoid the issue that we had before. It's like already mark seams on here, so that we don't need to worry about it anymore. Like at least a little bit less. Yep. Scaling is 1-to-1. Thank you for bringing it up, Jeroen. I like it when it starts to sag to one side though. Like these frames over here. Pretty cool. You have like this sort of stuff happening. So now the trickiest thing comes, right? Well, not the trickiest thing, or like the thing that I'm always sure there must be a better way of doing this. But like the way that I've done it before. How do I even do this? So by the transformation? And then removing the cloth? Nope. It's not right. Shit. Deleted the animation again. Oh! What? I just fuck it up again. Oh, the cloth is still there though. Yeah, okay. No, we're good. So, what frame was it? 177? It's cool, because we can't just duplicate this, because then it's not going to have the animation data in it. So, I think what we do... And... Man, I gotta think how I do this again. So, animation... Make all the selected objects, location, scale, rotation, animation into an action. I don't think that's it. Or do we just apply it here? Okay, so yeah, just apply it in the modifier. I just got confused because if you're doing it with rigid bodies instead of with the clock modifier, then you have to apply transformations first and then remove the rigid body again. But yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like this doesn't have like any animation data in it. So the weird thing is, so let's say, and I haven't figured out a way how to do it, right? But there must be a way. I have this object. I just rendered out like 200 frames, and I wanna have the animation of, or like the mesh, let's say, from frame 100 and frame 150. But I can't do that on one object, right? So I need to duplicate the asset, like apply the clock modifier, and then rerun the animation again, and then do that basically twice for like each animation thing that I want to get, or like each step in the animation that I want. I think. It's kind of annoying. There might be a way. Just have no idea. Okay, we're gonna try something else. Gonna make a little slanty boy over here. So that if this is bag number 1, what does the geometry on bag number 1 look like? Where's that little seam at the bottom? Yeah, okay, that's cool. That will help me clean it up a little bit. It's cool. It's good. Let's see. What if I just rotate this? Do I need to apply the rotation as well? Let's test it without doing that first. Yeah, okay. So we need to. Because it's just falling straight down to its local transformation. So... But I guess it can't fall too far. Because of this thing inside of it, right? I thought I used Marvelous across in. No, no, no! What if you have like a larger volume down here? You know, we kind of stretch the bag to kind of like encapsulate the whole thing, right? And then simulate it again. Oh. I was like, why is it hidden? Just on a random keyframe. No, I've never even used Marvelous across Sim. I've seen people do cool stuff with it though, but just never really bothered to learn it. Plus, it's another tool in the tool belt, right? Like, I don't want to do that. So it's kind of doing one, two. You know what we'll do? For this one, I think let's just move this. Oh, was it like an interior face in there still? Oh yeah, it totally was. Yeah, of course it's gonna look jank. Oh my god. Have you used Marvelous before, Sarah? Wait, where's that come from? Have it but never tried. Oh, okay. It's one of those back burner, I'll do it later when I have time programs, huh? People were saying Find Marvelous is really good for this. No interior faces or self-collision. It saves a lot of time. Yeah, I can turn on self-collision on this too, which is probably the thing that we're gonna try with this one. But yeah, that's gonna slow things down by a lot, I think. Especially because we're setting it to a low distance. Yeah, that looks horrible. Well, there we go. It's pretty cool. Vibu, I love that I'm doing Sims while streaming. Must have a beefy PC. Yes? I'm actually kind of surprised now that you bring it up as well. I just looked over and one of the colors on my RAM sticks is a different color than I'm used to. So I might be breaking my PC in real time. I'll let you know after the stream. But I mean, I do have a decent PC though, not gonna lie. Looks like someone is trying to get out of the back. Yeah, it's like... Oh, it is... Oh, it has like a cute little mouth as well. Oh, now we broke it. We broke it. Vendor can't deal with this. Quick. Tim's RAM is crying in real life. Let's have a look. Let's see how we're doing. Actually curious how much this takes up. Let's have a look. Doing it live, boys. Definitely using 40 gigs of RAM though. Wait, so what is on top? Let's do it. Can I I'll do this. Thank you. It's not as bad as I would expect though. I mean, running on 12 cores at the moment, but we ignore that fact and I was expecting it to be worse. So ideally, I want to have this back be open. Without it being open. I'm comfortable with that whipping for the back. I'm sorry! Because this isn't gonna work. Right, like this just by itself is not gonna work. So what if... Man, I'm just gonna try something. Let's see. Let's give it some geo to play around with as well. Very crude geo. This is probably not gonna... This is gonna look like ass. This looks so bad. Yeah, that doesn't look too convincing. I think the stiffness is also like up too much, right? Like if we turn both of these down again. Yeah. The cap being off of it, like, doesn't help. So I think... Trying to think, because I wanna add another variation, right? Maybe with like the two thingies on the side. The two thingies on the side. Looking at some ref over here. Or if it would like peel over completely, that would be nice as well. Let's see, what if we put it down to like 10 again? I think that's even lower than the standard, so... Looks like it's like moving at the bottom. So creepy. So that's actually cool. So at the top, we didn't add too much geo, and that's actually a cool way to get like control over the whole thing, right? Because if you don't add geo, then it's just gonna remain as a one plane, so it's gonna keep it like very static. You know what I'm saying? I wanna try something here, right? So we have this simulation now. And then let's say we take like, I don't know, what's a good frame? Something like this. Right? We're getting some nice folding as well. So if we then duplicate it first, this is gonna make the object disappear, but then I have the backup here and then apply the cloth sim. What are you trying to do again? That is such a good question, but that sounds so deranged. Like, what the fuck are you trying to do again? Yeah, I'm trying to make some cloth bags. So, stuff like these, right? Like, stuff like that, where it's like folded over onto itself so that I can put like a bunch of bags in like a corner. Because we've made a bunch of them previously, but they just, they don't look that good. This one is okay-ish. I kind of like that it has like the longer folds at the side, but... Yeah, thanks, Sarah, for that sanity check. Appreciate that. Brandoom! Hi! What's going on here? Doing some cloth sims? Yeah, making some variations for bags, exactly. So... Oh, Kairo's off. Bye-bye! Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend, buddy. So if we then add a solidify modifier on it. Oh, this... Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Let's change that up, shall we? Is that gonna work? This looks even more terrifying than the stuff we were doing before. Oh my god. Yeah, I apologize for my viewers. That's all I'm gonna say. You can kind of save it with a bit of corrective smoothing going on. Making the whole thing a bit smoother as well. Let's apply it on this one too. A little bit though. Apology video incoming. Oh look, there's my other back. Hello. So and then we can this one against that one, right? Scale it down a little bit. And what else do we want? Maybe let's make... Just want to see what this is going to do, right? If we just make it like way longer, probably going to be even more horrifying. Oh! It's too long, but I like that. I like that it's folding over onto itself. That's cool. The only thing... Yeah, so the thing that we need to change here is... For this one... I'm gonna try this again. Why is that so... Oh my god, that's so creepy the way that it folds over to itself. Is it just because there's no geo here? That's better. Still too tall though. Like that is not good. Love to enjoy the stream at the weekend. You too. Thanks for being here, Vibu. Enjoy the weekend. Nope. Don't want to do that. No, please continue to fall forward. Oh wait, Fuds. I see that you were in here. You snuck in. I think I said hello, but how are you doing? Let's move this cursed bag a little bit more forward, right? So that we're kind of pushing it to fall over. Yes, there we go. Let's go, baby. So, the animation going. The thing that I don't really like is that this whole section feels like really stiff. So let's just add some more geo. Oh, let's add some more geo. Let's maybe also... Doing good. I've been enjoying the jank of Blender Cloth Sims. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so that looks better. Cool, we'll just let it run its due. And then we're gonna see if we can pick like a frame that we kind of like. Just duplicate it. Apply this one. And then we're just gonna do slide smooth corrective on this. Maybe add one that is open and standing so it can be filled and overflowing with grain. Yeah. Something like this one, right? But like a taller version. It would be cool. It's almost like the one that I already had, right? Didn't I have one? Yeah, so I had one like this. Actually, this one isn't too bad. Might honestly just keep that one. Some of the other ones definitely need some improvement though. Speed modifiers. Yes, exactly. We're on the same page, Damian. Oh, I see. So... I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. Hmm. Oh, this is cool. A curve over here. Like that. It's fun once you can make like quick variations, you know? That's when the fun really begins. Let's see. What is like a cool frame I like? I like this one. 97. Duplicate it first. Then I'm just gonna duplicate like the modifiers from this. Just adding like a little lip. And then we just do like a quick pipe over. Oh, not on everything now. Probably one of my favorite tools, you know? Quick pipe. It's so good. Nice. Oh, did it retain the animation? No, it didn't. Dang it. I was so hopeful. Oh no, don't tell me that I also... No! I did it. I applied the clock modifier on my base object. No! That sucks, but, yeah, I mean, let's see what we get when we do a clock modifier on this, right? Might be cool. Might be getting some cool shapes. Clock modifier. Oh, I lost some of the settings though. Sucks. I had self collision on. I got that set to this. Yeah, okay, we're getting nothing. That's what we're getting. Okay. It's gonna be very rude. Wait, what else do we need? So we have an open one, but a closed one. Maybe like a closed variation as well. Be cool. Let's see. What do we need for that? Oh, what? Where did this... Where did this bag come from? That's my original bag. It's back, baby. Okay, that's where it went. Just offset by like a million miles, apparently. It's also why my sim was like running a little bit slower as well. Yeah, this ain't looking good though. Got too many wrinkly dinklies up in here. So let's see. Just casually losing a bag in this scene. Exactly. Oh my god, Sarah. I think if you look at the whole scene and like all the stuff that I made, there's probably like a lot of stuff that has been lost that I just completely forgot that was there at some point. We would both be surprised, I think. So, okay. So, duplicate this one. Oh no. No! No! Lost it. Do it again. Sad violin music for the asset lost in the process. We'll have like a vigil, you know, like we'll have a gathering at the end of this project. And we'll kind of have like a kind of funeral, you know, for like all the assets that were lost in the process. I think that would be very honorable. Duplicate it. Apply this. Move it over. Copy the modifiers. Delete the solidify. Don't need that on this one. No. Need that on this one. Oh. Hi. Hi, random hole. Actually. What if we do copy the modifiers, but remove this one? Yeah, so that we get like more detail up in here. Let's see what we can do with this corrective smooth. So I've got two full ones. Got like a big open and a small open. Got another open one. Keep this one medium and then this one be smaller. And I guess we don't always need to like resim stuff, right? I think we can push and pull a lot when it comes to using like soft selection. And maybe making this like more of a chunky boy. And also pushing that stuff up a little bit. Because we don't always need to resim all this stuff. We can sometimes be smart. Sometimes. Be a bit too messy in terms of geo. Wondering if we can have like a little back like that.
Do that one.
Tim, question. Let's go. Question time. Ask away, Sarah. Or anyone else. Feel free to always ask me any questions you want. How did you set up your bag for the sim? Where did you place the vertex groups? I didn't use vertex groups for these. It was literally the setup is basically just like a piece that I collide with, and then a piece that I collide with for like the outer edges, right? So like a floor and like a side. And then the rest is mostly done by just surface tension of the cloth simulation itself. So I didn't use any vertex groups on these. Could potentially get some nicer results with that though. Like if you... Yeah, like if you have a vertex group that around like the seam where you want to preserve like where stuff is folding into each other, right? Like you would normally have a seam. Maybe that's where the tension becomes a bit more. Could be cool. Yeah, I didn't do anything of that fancy stuff though. Honestly, the setup is fairly basic, right? Like in terms of its approach. Okay, we got a bunch of new bags. Let's there's a couple of things that I need to check though. First, optimization. How? How are we gonna do that? Because normally we would just like remesh and set it to... Well, would we? Okay, we would... Oh god, I set it to 0. Please have a fallback for this. Oh no, Blender. Ah. Okay, well, while this is probably gonna crash, I'm gonna grab a drink. Be right back. Well, we're back. And it's still thinking about crashing. Ah. Should we put Blender to sleep? I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think it's gonna do it anyway. Regardless of how long we wait. Oh. Oh. Mama. Come on. Mm-hmm. Cloud Lucky! Hello, welcome to the chat. How do you go about starting on an environment, especially the reference gathering part? It would be great if you could show any example. What do you want to know about the reference gathering part? Sorry. Is there anything specifically that you get stuck with? Would be nice to get like a specific example. Or if there's like especially it's easy to get into the rabbit hole when collecting images. Yeah, but that's not necessarily an issue, right? Like it only becomes an issue when it's stopping you from like never taking action. Like that's when it becomes an issue. But honestly, like the amount of rabbit holes that I follow like almost daily, like they usually go to like really interesting places though, where I mean, again, if you're not getting stuff done, that's another issue, right? But like, I oftentimes go into these rabbit holes where I'm like, oh my god, like this is super interesting, and it's not. It might even not be necessarily related to the environment anymore, but just from like a personal perspective, like there's so much to learn. That's the way that I kind of look at it, right? Like, you for references, if you want to be like really strict with yourself, I guess that's probably the way to say it. Just keep it to the stuff that you need, right? Like if you 100% need it, it's going on. If you don't need it, it's not there. Like my reference board from like all the stuff that I've gathered and all the stuff that I want to build is actually quite subdued. Like it's not as expansive as most reference board. And take into account that like I've used all these images at some point. And like all these images, like all the stuff for the storage, like I've been looking at these specific things for like the entire day today. So yeah, that's the way that I would break it down, right? Like only add the images that you need on there. Like if there's anything that you don't really need, don't add it. Oh, I think there's a slight delay, Cloud. In general, or I think you might be running a bit behind in the stream. But you want some help on the breaking down the concept and the thought process behind it. Okay, that's a different thing. If we're thinking about breaking down a process or like a concept, you need to break it down in terms of like the workflows that you're going to be using to the best of your abilities. I'll see if I can bring up like an example that I've written like ages ago. Where are we looking? Log compilations. You know what? I'm just gonna open my PDF. No, might as well use it. Well, oh wait. So taking down modularity. Concept art breakdown. Here we go. So this is the way that I would break down a concept, is especially when doing like bigger environments, right? Like deciding on what you want to make unique versus what needs to be modular versus what's going to be done with like a specific workflow is very important. So I usually pick a concept that can be very, very easily broken down into like modular pieces. Well, if I was doing a concept, right? Like that's what I would be looking for, where you can make like a bigger scale scene with like only a couple of assets. And then once I've defined that, like if it covers like 90% of the scene, I know that I'm already in like a good place, because that's not going to take a lot of time. Then I'm going to define what needs to be made unique and how much time that is going to take. And then you can kind of break it down into like all the additional pieces that you need for it. Like foliage in this case, like what kind of decals do I need to do? Like all that kind of stuff. And this is purely talking about like the chunks, right? Like modularity versus unique meshes, but there's also the breakdown of like what workflow are you going to use is also really important. It kind of goes a little bit more into the granularity of things. But yeah. That's like a quick overview, I would say. Let me know if that was helpful. Okay, so what were we doing here? We were remeshing this. No. That was actually the other thing that I was going to try. Decimating it. So now 4K polys. It's not too bad, honestly. 3K. 2K. Great. Yeah, let me know if there's anything else that I can help with. I mean, there's so many ways of doing this stuff, right? Like that's usually the trickiest part, is that it depends highly on the project that you're going to be doing as well. Let's have a look. Right, and then if nope. I'm currently not following any concept on my scene. I'm taking inspiration from like a whole bunch of places and putting it together for my own scene. Take into account that I do not recommend that for if you're quite new or something like that, because it is very tricky to do and it's very time consuming as well. So I would not recommend. I don't know what your skill level is, right? But like, let's say if you're a beginner, I wouldn't recommend it doing this way. Okay, so got a scene here. Oh wait. Okay, so the interesting thing here is it gonna retain the seams? Like if I think it's gonna break the seams apart. No, never mind. The seams are still there. Are they? Yes, that's awesome. That is freaking awesome. Wait, we do need to do some cleanup here because we don't need all these seams here. And clear all those. We do need a seam here, and then I'm probably gonna wait. Want a seam on this edge instead. And then put a seam here. Wait. I'm gonna clear this seam, put it on the interior instead. Clear that one there. And then we need one seam to go all the way to the top here. Thank you for taking the time to answer questions. Is there any way to get the PDF you were showing? Yes, so that PDF, like that little section that I showed off, was one page from the Environment Artist Handbook that I've written. And you can get that by becoming a member of our community. That's probably the quickest way. If you don't like Patreon or don't have access to it, you can also just get it on our website as well. At beyondextent.com, I'll send you the link. Get nice and easy for you. Bonk. There you go. And thank you for your questions. Always feel free to pop in and ask more if you have them. Trying to make this like oh no, it's actually going pretty. Okay, so oh, did it retain? Nice. Okay, so all those individual parts are now separate, right? So that means oh, look at that. Looks way better. Look at that clean boy. What does the Zen wrap do though? The holes, pack unwrapped. There was also a tool in here where you could that's packing of the islands, don't need that. Relax. There we go. Relaxing them a little bit. That's where the seam comes together, but that's actually not too big of a deal. Yeah, and then for this, we're probably gonna fill that up with something else, right? So that would be say let's assign a placeholder for now. So you can see into the bag, which is pretty cool. Yeah, but that's cool. Like that whole seam workflow actually worked out really well. I'm so happy with that. So that has a solidify modifier on it. The only thing that I should have done is just saved it. I guess this is the backup, right? So So you got these empty ones. I'm probably gonna rename them as well. Might as well do that in one go. So what are we gonna call these? Bag empty. What is that? Those two are gonna be small. Then we got medium and we got large. Good way to do things. Sure. That this thing is set up. Let's get it in here. Still feels a bit too big though, right? Oh, you know why? So we didn't even set our textile density for this. Wait, what? No. So this is a 2K. That's better. And then we can probably reset this to 1, and I think that's gonna be fine. That looks nice. Set a seam here. We got the seam on the underside, which is good. Where do I want to hide the seam here? We can do a lot of optimization because the whole thing is basically duplicated, right? So we can actually, we definitely don't need the underside of it, so that can go already. And then actually we can just do a selection like this. It's a part where you're gonna see it. How do you add variation to the trim textures? Not to look the same overall. Specifically, if you're adding lots of assets with just using the one. The way that you do it is you have to add layers on top of it. So, like my entire scene, like all the wood that you see is all just using the same texture, right? But then you can add like a lot of variation on top of it with like, in my case, I'm using vertex paint, but the most common technique is actually to use RGB masks. But you can use both in the same way as well. So I have like a couple of channels that I can just like paint in. So I have like, I can add like dirt on top of it. I can remove that dirt again. I can add moss to it as well, which is my green channel. I think disable the moss for now. But then I can also, with the blue channel, is like very simple. Like with the blue channel, what I'm doing is I'm just desaturating the color of the wood. That's all I'm doing. And maybe, yeah, tweaking the roughness a little bit as well. It gives you like a lot of control. So I'll give you like a quick example here. Oh, if I can. I think Unreal's gonna crash. No, it's fine. It's fine. So, yeah, without it, it would look... Let me actually see. Vertex blend clean. Let me actually quickly set this up so that we get like a good look. So we're not using that. And then we're also not using the blue channel. Let me actually get like a quick thingy for that setup. So that we can quickly switch this out. You don't have to do what I'm doing here, right? Like I'm just trying to make it easy to show you what it looks with and without it. But yeah, that's how you would normally do it. Like you would add like additional layers on top of it. Like the RGB mask workflow where you're generating specific masks. Like that's usually done with, yeah, like you're saying, like an RGB mask for each asset. And that's done with a second UV channel. So the first UV channel would just use your trim sheet UVs, right? And then you do like a unique unwrap, which then allows you to use specific locational data as like a texture, but you just make a mask out of it. And then you can then use that mask to drive other tileable textures into your engine. Basically the same thing that I'm doing here, but I'm using vertex color instead of mask textures. Doesn't real layered material come in handy in this case, or would not work? It depends on what you mean by that. If you're thinking about like the actual layered material workflow, maybe, but I don't know. Like I like setting up my own stuff. It could be. That's a good shout. But yeah, this is a comparison of like the base. Let me see. Color overlay needs to be disabled as well. Is vertex color more expensive in that compared to... Oh my god, this is not representative at all. You're asking if vertex color is more expensive than RGB masks? Is that what you're asking, Brandu? But yeah, this is a quick comparison, right? So just like the base trim sheet that has like some variation built into it as well, but like this allows us to make it like completely unique with the additional layering on top of it. So that would be like the difference. Is vertex more... So it's actually way cheaper, but it depends on what kind of aspect you look at, right? So it's definitely 100% way cheaper to store vertex colors than it is to pull in like an individual RGB mask for like all your assets, right? Even if those RGB masks are like lower size, like you can make them really low because you don't need that much resolution in your mask textures, but still, like a texture is still going to take up space, right? So let's say I don't know, let's say this texture, how much is that taken up? Like, what is that, 10 megabyte 10 megabyte for this texture, like a 4K. It's not too bad. But then if we actually look at like the vertex color data that's stored on an individual asset, let's see. So compressed disk file size is 0.15 megabytes for the whole asset, right? Like with it even has like a second UV channel, which it doesn't need. But yeah, like vertex color is relatively cheap. There are some drawbacks though, like loading with vertex color is definitely going to be more of a pain. And then also if you're working with vertex color, you need actual vertices to get the vertex color on, right? And with masks, you can get like very specific, even with lower resolution masks compared to vertex color. But yeah. Nice, thank you. So you're blending in different textures using RGB masks and then painting them in per asset. No, I'm not using RGB masks at all. Like I'm only using vertex color. But that's the RGB masking technique is like is probably the most common technique that you'll see out there. Yeah, I'm not using any masking. I used to use them before, but then I needed to set up a separate material instance for every asset and like a separate material, a separate mask, and it was just, I wanted to do something at a bigger scale, right? And I needed something a bit more flexible than just RGB masking. So that's what I was going for. Plus, it was also like a really interesting experiment for me. Okay, where are we gonna put this scene? Let's put it at the front. And that has a giant seam. Got it. Thank you. No worries. Thank you so much for the questions. We don't have an interiors fill anymore, so that's good. Oh wait, I don't need to apply it. I'm just gonna do this. apply it here. Okay, still seems good. Still seems good. Wrap it all. I'm just gonna do relax pass on this again. And then we can just do the same thing over here. I didn't even check what the poly count was on this guy. I think we can push this one even lower though. Excellent, thanks a lot. In my latest project, I noticed I can't use vertex paint with nanite meshes. You can. You just can't use them per instance. That's the tricky thing about nanite meshes. Is like if you apply vertex paint to a nanite mesh, it will be duplicated on like all, well, it will be instanced. It's probably a proper way of saying it. It will be instanced on all the other meshes as well. So a workaround for that could be but they're all kind of crappy workarounds, so I'll say that as a caveat, right? Like a workaround could be to duplicate the asset, right? Like literally make a new asset in your browser, or I think that's probably the only option, right? There might be another option, but I can't really think of one. Tim, you need help? Oh, Sarah, you need help. Tim is me. Sarah, how can I help? Rory, can I ask if this is a personal work for your portfolio to sell as a package or for a personal game project? Yeah, for sure you can ask. So I'm doing this for a combination of personal work and to sell it as a marketplace pack. So not for a game, but just like an environment pack, you know, like for Unreal Engine Marketplace. That's what I'm building it for too. Point 2. 600. We're getting a little bit of clipping. I'm actually curious, like, are the seams going to be broken on this one? No. That's good. Just trying to see if we can push this lower without it looking terrible. That seam is, that edge is kind of rough though. That's really sharp. Sorry, Sarah, I'm not ignoring you. Just figure this thing out first. Okay, cool. I think I might be able to get away with that. Let's see. And that's literally like, what is that like? 2k tries, 600. So that's like 1/3. Oh my goodness. Cheers, Tim. I'll try that. Yeah, give it a try. I mean, look, Brandom, it's a shitty workaround, right? So you could duplicate the asset, but man, if that becomes so ridiculously complex, right? Like let's say you have like a bunch of pillars in like a Romanesque like bathhouse or something like that, and you want to do like vertex paint on all the different pillars, then you're basically just adding new assets just because you want to have like a different vertex paint. Man, that's gonna be a pain, first of all, and also very, very non-performant. Must be a better way to do that, depending on your needs. Just notice that whenever I scale my UVs down, for some reason, it keeps distorting. Like the vertices are going in different directions, something like that. What? That's weird. Are you... I keep forgetting what you use. Are you using Blender? Because you gotta check that you're using the bounding box instead of like all the individual vertices, right? Because that might sometimes screw up. Yeah, so make sure that in this mode, right, you're using bounding box center instead of like, I think maybe individual origins, but that would be weird because then it wouldn't scale at all. That's a weird one though. Okay, I'm gonna quickly unwrap this, and I wanna see if this actually is gonna work. If I relax this and then set the texel density, did I do that on this guy? I don't think I did. Set texel density. Bounding box is the mode I'm using. That's weird. I don't really have an idea. Are you sure that your unwrap came out good? Because I mean, you're just doing this, right? You're literally just scaling it up and down. Like there's no reason why it should. Oh, maybe you have soft select on, so that might influence like those things. I'll show you a pic, don't worry. Okay, that's good. Nope, no soft select. Interesting. Bug? Might just be bug. Okay, so I'm basically gonna test this one first. And then link materials, do that. Okay, I'm curious. What is this? So this is bag number 1. Whoa! What the fuck did it duplicate in here? Okay. You, I guess. So we're gonna get this one in first. Ah! It's looking nice. I think what we'll do, like, we're gonna do like a pass where I add like little ropes around it and stuff. That would be freaking sweet. Maybe like do some adjustments to the geo to make it a little bit nicer. But what I want to test right now is if this model is still gonna look as good. Might be a little bit too decimated now that I have another look at it. I'm just gonna set this to export recursive, basically paste in the same name. Set it to export, and then I'm just gonna be looking at this very intently. It actually doesn't look too bad. I think an in-between might be nice though. I think, let's say, if we decimate this bad boy down to like half. Okay, maybe 0.6. What are we gaining from that though? Like, area's a bit nicer. The silhouette is a bit nicer as well. Let's keep it a little bit higher. Needs to look nice. Let's go. Yes. And now they look pretty flat, but I think once we start adding like layers on top of it, right? Where some mud blending and then maybe some dirt in like the AO regions, like that could look pretty nice. That's gonna be good. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can get all of these in. I think that should be good. Where are we going? Mark that seam here. Can ambient occlusion between the models that form the assets be baked directly into Unreal? Some games or modular workflows that I see often don't have it at all. So I don't know what you mean, like between the modules, right? So let's say you have two wall pieces next to each other. Is that what you mean? Because you don't really bake that down, like with Lumen or even before Lumen. Like that's all done real time based on, well, in Lumen we use mesh distance fields, right? Those take care of like the ambient occlusion between things now, which you can see. Mesh distance fields. So these are the meshes that are gonna basically be responsible for like the ambient occlusion, and they're basically like simplified representations of your meshes that you already have, and that's where Unreal is gonna do like screen space or lumen ambient occlusion depending on what you use. And before that it was mostly screen space, right? So I was playing around with something that some of our community members shared. Let me actually, so let's flick this off, and go into... Where did I have it? Console variables? Oh, it's no longer there. Oh, that sucks. Damn it, I can't remember. Yeah, basically, like in the post-processing volume, if you're not using Lumen for whatever reason, you can go into the post-processing volume and change the amount of ambient occlusion that's going to be affecting your scene in there. But with Lumen, you don't have that control anymore. Out of the box, you can make it available again. But yeah. So you wouldn't necessarily bake that into the modules, right? Like that's going to be done by the engine itself. But yeah, you can. I mean, there are ways of baking stuff, right? Like if you go into the modeling tools, I don't know what you're looking for specifically, but if you, let's say we take this asset, you can bake textures in here. So you could like bake the ambient occlusion. Well, it's not going to work on the assets that I have, right? Because I'm working with trim sheets. So this map is not going to be representable unless I have... Yeah, I don't have like an extra UV channel, right? Yeah, that's the live map channel. Yeah. So there are ways of baking it inside of Unreal though. And that's kind of what I use for my vertex baking as well. Like if I bake vertices, or like vertex color, I use curvature and ambient occlusion for it too. So there are definitely ways. This toolkit, by the way, the modeling toolkit, you get that by going into the plugin tab and looking for modeling, and that's where you're gonna find it. If you are interested in it. Let's unwrap this. Let's add the material. Cool. Make sure we're setting textile density as well. Let's also relax it a little bit. And then do the same thing for this one. Because in some works, especially in modular environments, sometimes the composite assets have no depth. Maybe I saw wrong. They should have. Like, the engine should ideally take care of that, right? But it depends. It depends on so many factors, right? Like how maybe the stuff that you're looking at, it was a stylistic choice to not have that in there. I don't know. It could be like a lot of factors that can make a decision like that happen. Mark the seam. Let's do it on the side this time. Let's go from this edge all the way to this edge. And then do the same thing on the interior as well. Just gonna take this one. Mm. These are the small ones. Medium. 0, 1. And then we've got 0, 1. Got these closed ones as well. Don't forget about those. Yeah, so just gonna add these here as well. Hey Sarah, are you in edit mode? If check if you don't have the correct face attributes option ticked. Oh, that's a great shout, George. Great shout. Yes. That can be like a very common mistake. Which I make all the time. Oh my god, the amount of times that I got angry at myself. Abiraid, do you use geometry nodes? I'm wondering how it can be used in game environments. Yes. So, yeah, I use geometry nodes. I've made my own tree generator. And I also use it in this scene specifically to create rooftops where it will like scatter tiles on top of a plane. So, yeah, I use geometry nodes a lot. It's super useful if you just want to speed things up. Like, it's amazing for this kind of stuff. But I'm still running on like 3.3.1, so like a lot of the cooler, like a lot of the more interesting geometry node stuff I don't have access to. Would love to check them out. Yeah. I can quickly show you. We're getting to the end of the stream anyway, so I'm gonna take a chill. I just want to get these couple of bags in, so these two, and then we're gonna go to the other scene. Let me actually already open the other scene. The big bag, we got some stretching here that we need to solve. Yeah, that stretching we definitely need to solve. Or like a medium bag over here as well. Yeah, these look way better than the ones we had before. I think I'm gonna keep this one. This one is quite nice. Not a big fan of this one, honestly. This one is kind of cool too. Yeah, that's the same one. Yeah, so yeah, I'm happy with this little collection that we have. I'm gonna add some details, like little bits of rope, and then I'm gonna see how we can add some texture variation into it too, with like the textures that we already have, like little bits of dirt or something like that. Could be very interesting. Yes, but I'll do that after the stream. I'm gonna chill out for a little bit. Before we go though, let me show you some of the geometry stuff that I've been making as the scene opens up. So this stuff is basically geometry nodes. So where I take like the underlying geometry and I add like a bunch of pieces attached on top of it, where I can like easily control like all the parameters and like the amount of it. And then also like I can still go in and like tweak the original like geometry too, you know, where like, I can just make like, I don't know, like any kind of thing. It will just like scatter stuff on top of it. Pretty simple, but like super handy for this kind of stuff. Like I basically make like my entire roofs like this, right? Like all the hay that I scatter, or like all the thatch that I scatter on top of these roofs is done like that. And then I use that for these rooftops as well. They're made in the same way, just different meshes. This is like an older version. So yeah, that's like super neat how to do something like that. Super simple to set up as well. Like, I mean, this is like a little overview with like a bunch. Like the thing that I like about it is that I'm building it up as like Lego pieces, right? So I've used like a bunch of other things like scale randomization or align vertex, align normals with the surface underneath. Like those are things that I already had from like other projects, and I just like move them in here and like cobble stuff together like relatively quickly. But yeah, the thing that is basically doing in this case is it is looking at the geometry, it is drawing a grid on top of it and then offsetting it by a little bit, and then based on like the density of the grid, you can then decide like how dense the whole thing is going to be. So let's see, is that the way that I did it, or did I change it up again? Cast points, bounding box. I'm getting the bounding box. I'm setting a position. The mesh 2 points. Yeah, it's done by a grid. It's done by a grid. Does the input show in Unreal, or would you have to change in Blender every time you see the change? Yeah, I would change it. I would have to change it in Blender. However, there is a tool called Alter Mesh, which can have your geometry nodes from Blender directly into Unreal, but I've never used it myself because I'm using it in a way where I'm gonna bake it down into the assets anyway. So I don't need that additional functionality in my case. But there is the option for it though. And then the other thing that I've made, and this is probably like the most extensive thing that I've made, is my tree generator, like how I'm building all these trees. That's also in geometry nodes as well. So yeah, this is, let's have a look. Which are the geometry nodes ones? Bum, bum, bum. Where are they? Yep, this is one of them. I think I've hidden most of them, I think. Yeah, and then I combine them with itself to make like more elaborate trees. So yeah, this one is a little bit more complex. Yeah, so like I got a part for like the main trunk. I've got a part for like the first layer of branches, second layer of branches, both layers of leaves, UV displays, collision creation, vertex color setup. Because like the thing that I wanted to do with this specifically was, and that's actually what you can see here, right? Like it has a vertex color setup. So like it creates a gradient from like the base of the trunk to like all the way to the top, and then also from each base of like every side branch also to the top, so that I can then use that to drive my wind inside of Unreal Engine. But yeah, like this stuff can get pretty complex. Because yeah, this is like the very clean overview, right? But then inside of this, there's like a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like all these nodes, they have like a whole bunch of like different node setups inside of them again. And like some are reused, right? So if I'm doing like branches, I'm gonna use the node branch generation, and that's gonna be reused here just with like different inputs, which I then control with like this entire list of inputs. So yeah, it is complex. But I'm loving it though. Like I spent like a good 2 weeks on this, making this out. Like, oh my god, I had so much fun with it. Just started loading and this has just fired me up. Hell yeah! Don't do something crazy like this though. Please. There's so many cool applications that you can do with it though. Yeah. Man, like if you... Let me see if I can find it. I'll send you a link. Like one of my favorite talks about this. Let me see if I can find Still protocol, oh, that's not it. Yes. This is it. Procedural fantasy city generation. Like I'll link it in the chat as well, but fuck me. This is such a cool talk.
Good morning,
like,
good morning.
Who's this by again? Let me have a look. By Emilius Baltrusaitis? Oh my god, sorry for butchering his name. But yeah, he made like this entire city generator with geometry nodes. Emilius? Yeah, like, but the stuff that he does is like, yeah, that's on another level, you know? Like, there's this part here where like, oh, this is like a cube, but then if he moves this cube, like it will generate like all the rest that you would need. It's cool, right? Like this stuff is awesome. Like, and then, yeah. Like whenever he needs a city now, he can just generate that and like he's done. Yeah, that's like super interesting. But yeah, that's also on another level, right? And I think that's also where the benefit of being a concept artist come in, because let's say as an environment artist, I would set something up. It would have to be done in a way where the whole space has to be completely navigable and like has to make sense for a person. Whereas as a concept artist, like, I mean, the stuff that he does still looks amazing, right? But he can get away with cutting corners where we couldn't. Because for him, the only thing that matters is the output, because he's still gonna overpaint on top of it, right? But as an environment artist, like, we would have to walk around in it ideally. And that's where, yeah, complexity just spirals out of control. But yeah, definitely worth giving a try, for sure. And also, like, it's a good introduction to Houdini and like other kinds of stuff too, right? So yeah. Let's have a look. Let's set it to night, shall we? This is coming together though. I like it. I'm really happy with the texture changes that I've done, like before the stream. Like it feels like way more grittier, way more detailed than it did before. I'm feeling really good about the current state of this project. Let's see. Midday. Yes. Okay, let's take a screenshot because I always forget to do that. Oh, hi, Sanat. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's getting there, right? Feeling good. Good about it. Especially with the bags that we've done today as well. Like, it's such a small part of the environment, but this is going to look so good once we kind of detail them up and we start scattering them around, and it adds like just clutter to the whole scene, right? It's going to make it like really believable and really dense. That's what I'm trying to go for. Yeah. I love little alleyways like this. Camera just spazzing out. Yes. Yep. It's starting to come together though. Yeah, and then we'll see if we can do some more set dressing as well. Push up the level a little bit more. Hell yeah! Alright, people. I'm gonna leave it there because we've been streaming for freaking 5 hours. Thank you so much for all being here. I really appreciate like all the comments, all the feedback, all the good questions, you know? Thank you so much for being here. Last thing I'll do is I'll leave a link to beyondextend.com. That's the community that I run for the environment artists. So if you wanna become an environment artist yourself, come and check it out. Love to have you. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one, which is probably gonna be let's see. Next Tuesday we have portfolio reviews. So that's when I'll be back. I'll be reviewing like let's say 4 portfolios, I think. And then yeah, I'll see you there. Oh, hi. My dog is coming to say hi. Yeah, I'll see you there. And yeah, stay creative, people. Bye-bye. You're still hearing me on stream.